Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive. On a night of thick mist and low-hanging clouds, when the turrets of Hogwarts Castle barely rose above the gloom, something ancient stirred beneath its stone foundations. The lake lapped quietly against the shore, owls swept silently between towers, and in the heart of the Slytherin common room, green torchlight flickered restlessly. All seemed still, but not all was at peace. It began with a drip, a single drop of water falling not from the enchanted ceiling or some errant leak, but from a wall, a solid wall. Deep in the Slytherin dungeons, Ivythorn, a fourth year, with storm-dark eyes and hair like black silk, noticed it first. She sat alone in the far corner of the common room, a parchment before her filled with arithmancy figures, but her quill had stopped moving. Her eyes were on the wall. Drip. There it was again. Ivy rose quietly, without drawing attention. The others, chatting about Quidditch, homework, or summer plans, paid her no mind. She stepped closer, heart steady, and touched the wall. It was cold, far colder than stone had any right to be. Suddenly a whisper brushed her ear. Not a word, not a voice exactly, but a feeling, a pull, as if something beneath the stone had awakened and taken notice. Come down. That night, she dreamt of a serpent coiled in darkness, its emerald eyes glinting like twin stars. It spoke no words, but Ivy felt its intent, ancient, coiled, waiting. And when she woke, her fingers were damp with dew, though her bed was dry. The next morning, Ivy returned to the wall, this time with wand in hand. With a quiet revelio, the surface shimmered, runes long hidden pulsed to life, twisting, slithering, forming the shape of a door. But before she could try a second spell, the runes faded, and the wall returned to its usual impassive state. She knew two things in that moment. One, this was old magic, older than the school's protective charms, older perhaps than Hogwarts itself. And two, she could not do this alone. By mid-morning, Ivy found herself in the greenhouses, standing beside a boy covered in soil and sunshine. Eli Woodcroft, a Hufflepuff with a reputation for charging headfirst into trouble with a grin and a poorly fastened wand holster. "I need help," Ivy said. Eli blinked, brushing a puffing fanged geranium off his sleeve. "That may be the strangest sentence I've ever heard from a Slytherin." She didn't smile. "There's something under the school, a door, behind the wall in our common room. I think it leads somewhere hidden, maybe something powerful, something to do with Salazar Slytherin." "A Salazar?" Eli straightened, as in founders and secret basilisk and terrifying whispers in the walls. "Yes, and you want me to help you open it?" "I want someone who won't flinch if something hisses." Eli stared for a moment, then grinned. "All right, but if we get eaten by a ghost snake, I'm blaming you." That night they returned to the wall. Ivy cast the Revelio spell again, and this time Eli added a charm of his own. Lumos Visioneum. one he'd learned while hunting for gnome tunnels in his aunt's garden. The runes lit up more brightly this time, and between them appeared a symbol, a stylized serpent encircling a stone. Salazar's stone, Ivy whispered. Is that like the philosopher's stone? Eli asked. No, she said. Different. I've read whispers about it in the restricted section. It was said to be a creation of Salazar himself, a focus for magic, a stone that didn't just store power, but grew it. Eli's grin faded. That sounds dangerous. It was lost long ago. Some say it was destroyed, but maybe. Just then, the floor beneath their feet groaned. A line appeared in the stone wall, a seam. Slowly, noiselessly, a doorway opened inward, revealing a descending staircase carved from ancient green-black stone. Neither spoke. They simply looked at each other, shared a breath, and stepped inside. The staircase spiraled downward in silence. No torches lit their path, but their wands cast narrow beams that seemed swallowed by the walls. After what felt like hours, they reached a wide chamber. The walls were covered in serpentine mosaics, and at the center of the room stood a pedestal. Upon it rested a riddle, carved into old stone. To seek the stone, 3 hearts must align. One who sees, one who binds, one who dares the sign. Fail to unite and the path will sever. Only the bonded shall pass together. Eli read it aloud, then looked at Ivy. 3. We're 2. I know who the 3rd is, she said. The next morning, Ivy found Nimue Patil in the library's east wing, buried under a stack of books on magical symbology. Let me guess, Nimue said, not looking up. You've stumbled onto something forbidden, ancient, and deeply dangerous, and now you need my help deciphering it. Ivy blinked. Yeah. Nimue finally looked up, sighing as she marked her page. I was hoping for something more interesting. Lead the way. That night, the 3 stood before the riddle once more. Ivy, sharp-eyed, secretive, the one who saw. Eli, loyal, binding, ever ready to risk for friends. Nimue, the scholar, willing to dare the sign of ancient magic. When they placed their hands together on the pedestal, the chamber shifted. Stone cracked, the ground trembled, and the wall at the far end of the room melted away like mist, revealing a narrow corridor. Beyond it, a faint green glow pulsed like a distant heartbeat. The path to Salazar's stone had opened, and though none of them said it aloud, they each felt it. They had just stepped into something far greater than themselves, something that had been waiting for centuries, waiting for them. The corridor before them was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 to walk abreast, and the air within was dense with the scent of age, moss, damp stone, and something older still, like parchment left too long in a sealed chest. Ivy took the lead, wand held high, the glow from its tip illuminating curling vines of engraving that twisted along the walls. They depicted serpents in motion, some coiling around beneath them. Words in Old English shimmered faintly, only visible in the wand light. I can translate some of that, Nimue murmured, peering close as she walked. It's a warning. Something about trial and blood and the price of power. That's comforting, Ellie muttered, treading carefully. His voice echoed back at them with unsettling clarity, as if the corridor itself were listening. They pressed on, the passage sloping gradually downward until it opened into a circular chamber lit by 4 ever-burning braziers. The flames within were a deep, eerie green, casting long shadows that danced against the walls. At the center of the room stood a pool of water, dark and still as glass. Around it were 3 stone pillars, each carved with a different sigil, an eye, a chain, and a lightning bolt. "This must be the first trial," Ivy said quietly. Nimue nodded, stepping toward the edge of the pool. "According to the rhyme, we must act as one. We each represent one of those symbols: sight, binding, and daring." "But what's the trial?" Eli asked, crouching near the eye-marked pillar. Before anyone could answer, the water stirred. A soft ripple spread from the center outward, and then a figure rose from the depths. It had no face, only a silver mask, and its robes were dripping but dry, as though the water had never truly touched them. Its voice echoed through the chamber without movement. "To seek the stone," it intoned, "each must reveal what lies hidden. Sight for secrets, bonds for truth, and courage for cost." Without waiting, the figure raised a long, pale hand and pointed to Ivy. "You who sees, speak the truth you have hidden, even from yourself." Ivy froze. The air in the chamber thickened, and the braziers burned brighter. For a moment, she looked ready to refuse, but then her shoulders straightened. "I see things others miss," she said slowly. "Patterns, motives, lies. I'm not proud of it. I watch people not to know them, but to stay ahead of them. I trust no one, not even them." She glanced briefly at Eli and Nimue, who watched her without judgment. The masked figure dipped its head, spoken, and thus seen. It turned next to Eli. "You who binds, name the truth you fear." Eli hesitated, rubbing his palms on his robes. "I act brave, loud, loyal, but I'm terrified I'll never be enough. That I'm just tagging along because I want to matter to someone. I'm scared they'll realize they don't need me." The chamber fell silent, the only sound the flicker of green fire. Then the figure nodded once more. Spoken, and thus bound. Lastly, it turned to Nimue. "You who dares, speak the cost you will pay." Nimue stepped forward without a flicker of fear in her eyes. "If the stone grants power, I won't take it, even if it could help my family, even if it means we're always second to others. I'll turn away, because some magic should stay lost." For a long moment, the figure did not move. Then it raised its arms high. The braziers blazed upward, and the water in the pool evaporated in an instant, leaving behind a narrow spiral staircase descending even deeper. "You may pass," the figure said, before fading like smoke on the wind. They exchanged glances. More than mere words now passed between them. There was understanding in their eyes, and something more potent: trust. With nothing else said, they began their descent. The steps were narrow and steep, carved into black stone that seemed to absorb the light. As they walked, the air grew colder, not with the chill of wind, but of magic. Ancient untouched and utterly still. At the bottom, they emerge into a vast antechamber lined with statues, each a different founder of Hogwarts. Helga Hufflepuff with her open arms and strong stance, Rowena Ravenclaw serene and proud clutching a scroll, Godric Gryffindor bold and defiant with sword in hand, and finally, Salazar Slytherin, tall, lean, and gazing down upon them with eyes that seemed alive. At the far end of the chamber stood a sealed archway. Serpent-like script curled above it, and as Nimue read it aloud, the words transformed into English. Who would claim what lies within must prove the will of the founder's kin. Another trial, Eli groaned. Nimue frowned. No, a choice. Look. In the center of the chamber was a pedestal. Upon it lay 4 wands, one for each founder, or perhaps crafted in their honor. Above them, another riddle shimmered into view. Take the wand that bears your truth, not by house, but by your root. Choose wrongly, and the gate shall fall. Choose rightly, and gain it all. Ivy approached first. Her hand hovered over the wands, but she did not reach for the one engraved with the serpent of Slytherin. Instead, she took the wand carved with the symbol of the eye, a wand of ash and starlight. Humming with watchful energy, Eli stepped next. He avoided the badger and instead chose a wand wrapped in silver vinework, pulsing with quiet magic that seemed to hum with warmth. Nimue moved last. Her fingers brushed the eagle's wand, then passed it by. She chose the one with a single rune glowing faintly at the hilt, the rune for sacrifice. The moment their hands closed around the wands, the archway groaned open. Beyond lay a tunnel bathed in shifting green light. Magic thickened the air like mist, and a sound echoed faintly, like scales sliding across stone. They had passed the second trial, but something else awaited in the deep. The stone was closer, and they were no longer alone. The tunnel sloped downward once more, narrowing as they went. The ceiling arched low with ancient, moss-veined stone. The air was damper here, touched with the scent of brine and something older, like the air in a locked tomb or an unopened vault beneath Gringotts. Their footsteps echoed with dull weight, and though their wand light stretched only a few feet ahead, the walls shimmered faintly, marked with faded murals too worn to decipher. Occasionally, a serpent's eye gleamed from the carvings, watching silently as they passed. They moved in silence, the kind born not of fear but of growing anticipation. The stone, if it truly existed, was near, and something about the air told them that the next chamber would not be a place of riddles or trials, but of confrontation. After what seemed like an hour of walking, the tunnel opened abruptly into a vast domed cavern. Its ceiling was lost in darkness, but above them, specks of green light glittered like stars beneath a lake's surface. In the center of the cavern stood a stone dais, and on it, resting in a nest of coiled silver serpents, was the stone. It was not large, no greater than a snitch in size, but it pulsed with a deep, steady glow the color of emeralds at dusk. It was faceted like a gem, yet not cut by any hand. Its light bent the air around it subtly, and the very stone beneath it seemed to hum in harmony. Ivy stepped forward, barely breathing, but Nimue reached out and caught her arm. "Wait, do you feel that?" Eli nodded slowly. "It's like the air's watching us." From the darkness behind the dais, a voice answered, soft and sibilant, very perceptive. I would have been disappointed if you hadn't noticed. Figures emerged from the shadows. 3 students, all older, all familiar. The leader was Marcus Rowell, a 7th-year Slytherin with sharp features and colder eyes. He was flanked by Anise Wilkes and Dorian Burke, both known for their skill in hexes and their fondness for power. Their wands were already drawn. "We've been following you since the 2nd trial," Rowell said, his voice calm and composed. "You did all the work, solved all the riddles. We thought it only fair to let you finish opening the path before we claimed the prize." Eli stepped in front of Ivy and Nimue, his wand clenched. "You mean steal it?" Roll smiled faintly. "Such an ugly word. Kalame suits it better. The stone was made by Salazar Slytherin himself. Who better to wield it than his true successors? Power like this doesn't belong to anyone," Ivy said evenly. "It isn't meant to be used." Roll's eyes flicked to her wand. "Then why bring it this far? Don't pretend you didn't feel it calling to you." Nimue's grip tightened on her wand, and the cavern's air grew heavier, charged with the energy of 7 spells about to be cast. Then everything happened at once. Dorian fired a hex, a flash of violet light that Eli barely deflected. Ivy shot a stunning spell at Anise, who ducked behind a pillar of stone. Nimue moved faster than either of them, her incantation spinning the dust around them into a whirling shield that swallowed curses and sent them ricocheting harmlessly into the cavern walls. The chamber became a battleground of light and sound. Sparks flew in showers from stone as spells collided. Marcus advanced on Ivy with practiced ease, forcing her back toward the dais. She parried a disarming spell, then countered with a jinx that wrapped spectral chains around his legs, slowing his stride. "I be fighted, Ivy," he hissed. "We're Slytherins. This is our legacy." "I didn't choose Slytherin for legacy," she snapped, dodging a hex that shattered the stone beside her. "I chose it to be strong enough not to need people like you." Across the chamber, Eli and Anise exchanged volleys of fire and water spells, the heat boiling the moisture into steam. Dorian tried to flank Nimue, but she cast a blinding flash that turned his spell awry, nearly knocking him from his feet. The duel raged, neither side yielding, until a wild blast from Marcus cracked the floor of the dais. The stone shuddered in its nest, and the air in the chamber trembled as a low hiss, deep and ancient, rose from the very earth. Everything stopped. Even the sparks of clashing magic seemed to hang in the air. Then the serpents around the stones stirred. They were not sculptures. With a deafening crack, the nest of silver serpents unwound. They were not living in the way beasts live, but enchanted constructs, guardians bound to a single purpose. Their eyes gleamed with green fire, and their fangs dripped with spectral venom. 3 of them slithered toward Ivy, Eli, and Nimue. The others turned on the older students. The cavern erupted into chaos anew, not a duel, but a scramble to survive. Eli leapt back as a serpent snapped at his leg, casting a stunning spell that ricocheted uselessly off its shimmering hide. "They're enchanted! Spells bounce right off!" "Target the eyes," Nimue shouted. "They're gemstone, that's the focus." Ivy took aim and struck true. Her hex cracked one serpent's left eye, and it froze mid-lunge, collapsing into a heap of silver links. Marcus, now furious, launched spell after spell at the creatures, but his rage was unfocused. One serpent coiled around Anissa's wand arm and tore the wand free with crushing force. She screamed and fell. Dorian bolted for the tunnel, only to be blocked by another serpent, which hissed and drove him back with a lashing tail of steel. Ivy's heart pounded as she reached the dais. The stone still rested in its cradle, untouched. She looked at it, at the impossible living glow in its core, and felt again the lure it carried. Power, knowledge, control, everything she had ever longed for. Behind her, Eli struggled to hold a serpent at bay with shield spells, and Nimue stood firm over Anise, guarding her unconscious form despite everything. "Ivy!" Eli shouted. "Do something!" She looked at the stone. Then she looked at her friends. Without another word, she raised her wand, not at the serpents, not at Roll, but at the stone itself. The explosion of magic was blinding. The stone shattered into fragments of light, and with it, the serpents froze, their forms disintegrating into motes of silver dust. The chamber fell silent once more, broken only by the sound of crumbling stone and ragged breaths. The guardians were gone. The stone was no more, and the choice had been made. Dust hung heavy in the air, glittering faintly in the wand light like a storm of powdered silver. The shattered remnants of Salazar's stone lay scattered across the dais, no larger than fragments of glass, and already their glow was dimming, fading into the cold gray of lifeless crystal. Ivy stood motionless, wand still raised, her arm trembling slightly, not from the exertion of magic, but from the finality of what she had done. Behind her, Eli staggered forward, limping slightly, his robes torn and streaked with dust. You destroyed it," he said, not accusingly, but with something like awe. "You really did it." "I had to," Ivy replied, her voice barely a whisper. "If we took it or even tried to hide it, someone would always come looking. It would never be safe." She looked up at him, eyes dark and resolute. It had to end. Nimue was kneeling beside Anise Wilkes, murmuring a quiet healing spell as she examined the unconscious girl's arm. "A clean break," she reported after a moment. "She'll be all right, just stunned, mostly." She glanced over her shoulder at Dorian Burke, who was sitting dazed against the far wall, muttering nonsense and rubbing his temples. "They won't be a threat to anyone for a while." Roll, however, had vanished. The tunnel behind the dais stood open and empty, the shadows within unbroken. He had fled the moment the stone cracked, and if Ivy had learned anything about him in her 4 years at Hogwarts, it was that he would not soon forget what he'd seen, or forgive. The three of them remained in the chamber a little longer, ensuring no other spells lingered, no curses clung to the walls. The place felt hollow now, the great hum of magic stilled. The murals on the stone had dulled, the serpents engraved in the stone were still and lifeless once more. Whatever enchantments had preserved this place were unraveling, and the chamber no longer felt like a vault. It felt like a tomb. They retraced their steps through the tunnel, past the stairwell, through the riddle chamber, and back to the place where the serpent door had first opened. There they found the stones slowly knitting themselves shut, as though the castle had decided this secret had been revealed and was ready to be forgotten once again. Once the door vanished entirely, leaving behind a smooth stretch of wall and not a single rune in sight, the three turned and began the slow walk back to their dormitories. They did not speak until they reached the junction where Hufflepuff and Slytherin paths diverged. "I think," Eli said, rubbing the back of his neck, "that I'm never going to look at our common room the same way again." "You shouldn't," Ivy said. "There's more history in these walls than anyone wants to believe." Nimue adjusted her satchel and gave Ivy a pointed look. "You made the right choice." "Did I?" Ivy asked. She wasn't seeking reassurance, it was a genuine question. Nimue nodded. "Yes. Power that demands loyalty but offers none in return isn't worth having." Eli offered her a half smile. "Still, we could have been legends." "We still are," Ivy said, and this time she allowed a very small smile to touch her lips. "Just the kind that no one knows about." That night, Ivy lay awake in her bed, staring at the green-tinted ceiling of the Slytherin dormitory. She thought of the stone, of its light, and of the way it had shimmered like a promise. She thought of Salazar Slytherin, not the name etched into the castle's founding, but the man. What had driven him to craft such a thing? What had he hoped to accomplish? She wondered if he had looked upon his creation with regret. She fell asleep some time past midnight and did not dream. The following days at Hogwarts were uneventful in a way that felt almost surreal. The professors seemed unaware of what had transpired, and no announcement was made. Anise and Dorian returned to class a few days later, quiet and subdued, their usual smugness dulled. Raoul did not return at all. A rumor spread that he had withdrawn from school early to assist his family abroad, but Ivy suspected he was simply nursing his defeat in silence. Only one person seemed even remotely aware that something unusual had occurred. Headmistress McGonagall summoned Ivy to her office the day after the trio returned from the chamber. The old witch offered her tea, motioned for her to sit, and said nothing for several minutes as she reviewed a set of parchments on her desk. Finally, she looked up. "I find," she said mildly, "that when students come into contact with things best left buried, the castle tends to tell me. Not in words, of course, but in ways I have come to recognize." Ivy remained silent. McGonagall studied her over the rim of her spectacles. "Whatever it was you found, Miss Thorne, it seems you chose not to keep it." "No, Headmistress," Ivy said. "I destroyed it." A pause followed, long and quiet, before McGonagall inclined her head. "Then I suspect you made the right choice." She returned to her parchment, her voice turning brisk. "That will be all." "Oh, and Miss Thorne, some secrets, once gone, ought to stay that way." "Yes, Professor." Outside the headmistress's office, Ivy rejoined Ellie and Nimue to the top of the grand staircase. The sun had broken through the clouds outside, casting long slants of light through the high windows. Students passed them in cheerful clusters, talking of the next Quidditch match or Professor Flitwick's latest charms lesson, unaware that beneath their feet, history had ended quietly and without applause. They walked together down the marble steps and into the day, not as heroes, not as legends, but as three students who had seen what few others ever would and had made a choice that would never be written in any book. And that, Ivy thought, might be the most magical part of all. October crept upon the castle with a hush of golden leaves and mist-laced mornings. The forbidden forest burned in quiet hues of rust and crimson, and the great hall filled with the scent of cinnamon tarts and pumpkin pasties. For most students, the term passed with the usual rhythm: lessons, laughter, the occasional bout of mischief, or midnight duel under Filch's nose. But for Ivy, Eli, and Nimue, the world had shifted in ways the others could not see. Though no one spoke of the stone openly, a subtle bond had grown between the three. They now sat together more often at meals, exchanged glances in class when an ancient name was mentioned, and wandered the edges of the castle's grounds in the dwindling hours of daylight. The trust they had forged beneath the school's deepest vaults had not faded. If anything, it had tempered like steel. One evening, as twilight turned the lake to polished silver, Professor Vector paused Ivy after class with an arched look and a raised brow. "Your work has improved," she said, handing back a parchment covered in neat, careful runes. "Whatever distraction plagued you last term seems to have passed." "Yes, Professor," Ivy said simply. There was nothing else to say. But not all was quiet beneath the polished calm. Nimue had taken to researching founder relics in her spare time, and though she claimed it was idle curiosity, Ivy noticed the intensity with which she leafed through certain volumes, books too old for the regular library shelves, books that whispered of wars and vanished artifacts. When pressed, Nimue only offered a small shrug and a cryptic smile. "You destroyed one piece," she said. "But there were 4 founders, Ivy. Do you really think Salazar's was the only one?" Eli, meanwhile, seemed to be drifting between cheer and unease. While his bright energy remained, there were times when he stared into the fire after lessons, expression unreadable, or wandered the edge of the greenhouses, speaking in half-sentences to the fluttering vines of Devil's Snare, as if they could answer him. It wasn't until one cold morning when they met for breakfast and he sat down without a word that Ivy finally asked what was wrong. "There was a letter," he said, "from Roel." Nimue looked up sharply. "How?" "He used an owl from his family's estate. It came last night, no school seal. Just my name and a message. Said he knew we'd destroyed the stone, that he'd find something stronger next time. Said he'd see me again before the end of the year." Ivy's hands clenched beneath the table. "He's bluffing." "I don't think he is," Eli said. "He mentioned a name, and when I looked it up I found something strange. From his pocket, he produced a slip of parchment. On it, written in angular, careful script, was a single name: Calderon Lestrange. Nimmy's breath caught audibly. "He's supposed to be in Azkaban." "Was," Eli corrected. "Released 2 years ago. Claimed ill health and rehabilitation. His family paid well to keep it quiet, but there's talk. Old magic, dark circles, relic hunting. He was obsessed with the founders, too." Ivy stared at the name, and a cold knot formed in her chest. If Roel's gone to him, it means he's not done. He still wants that kind of power, and we're the ones who stopped him, Nimue said. Which means next time he won't follow us. He'll try to outpace us. That evening, the 3 returned to the riddle chamber, not to search for more paths, but to ensure it remained sealed. The wall where the hidden door had once stood was smooth and unmarked. Ivy traced it with her fingers, half hoping to feel some flicker of enchantment, but there was none. The castle had closed its secrets. "Maybe that's for the best," Eli said softly. I don't know, Ivy replied. I think we've just been given time. The days passed, and the shadows lengthened with the turn of autumn. In defense against the dark arts, they studied concealment spells and counter curses. In History of Magic, Professor Binns droned on about goblin rebellions and obscure treaties. But Ivy found herself watching the corners of the room, the edges of maps, the lines between lines in dusty old books. Every fragment of magic they uncovered felt like a thread in a wider tapestry. One chilly afternoon, as she walked past the courtyard arches, Ivy was stopped by a voice she had not expected. You were in the lower catacombs, weren't you? It was Felix Rosier, a Ravenclaw prefect known for his silent study habits and unnervingly precise dueling. He stood beneath a beech tree, his arms folded, and though his tone was quiet, there was no mistaking the knowledge in his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about, Ivy replied coolly. He gave a small smile. I don't want to stop you, quite the opposite. I want to help. Because I think you've seen what most people pretend doesn't exist. Why would you care? Because there's something wrong, Felix said. Something stirring in the older layers of magic. The wards are holding, but just barely. Even Flitwick's noticed it. The castle feels restless, like something's waking up. Ivy hesitated, then gave the smallest of nods. Meet me in the astronomy tower. Midnight. Bring nothing you don't trust. That night, when the clock struck 12 and the tower was empty of students, Ivy, Eli, Nimue, and Felix met beneath the wide sky. The wind was sharp, tugging at their robes, and the stars above glimmered frost-bright. No words of welcome were exchanged. Instead, they lit their wands, drew their maps and parchments, and began to share everything they knew. It was not a plan, not yet, but it was a beginning, and sometimes beginnings are the most powerful spells of all. The wind at the top of the astronomy tower carried a chill that crept into the bones, and though their breath clouded the air in front of them, none of the four moved to leave. Ivy had brought with her a small enchanted satchel from the Room of Requirement. Within it were scraps of parchment, fragments of stone she'd preserved from the shattered remains of Salazar's stone, and a notebook of her own, bound in green leather, filled with notes and observations taken in the week since they had left the chamber behind. Nimue unfurled an old map of the castle's foundations, one she'd painstakingly reconstructed from several contradicting versions in the restricted section. It was incomplete, of course. Hogwarts shifted too much to be pinned by ordinary means. Still, it was enough to show them something peculiar, a convergence of passageways deep beneath the dungeons, all centering on a point that had no name and no room attached to it. I found this while comparing the flow of enchantments through the castle, she said, tapping the spot with the tip of her wand. This junction, it doesn't appear on the physical layout, but magical threads pass through it, old ones, Founders-level spells, unmodified. Whatever's there hasn't been touched since the castle was built. Felix leaned in, his brow furrowed. That's directly beneath the northern wall of the Black Lake. If there's a chamber there, it would be submerged, or nearly, unless it was built to resist that, Ivy said, or designed to be hidden under the lake deliberately. Eli crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the parchment. Do you think this is where Rola's gone? Somewhere under the lake? Nimue hesitated. It's possible, but it's more likely he's searching for another relic. If the stone of Salazar existed, then what about Ravenclaws, or Hufflepuffs, or Gryffindors? The founders may not have all believed in preserving their legacy the same way, but if Salazar created a focus for magical power, the others may have left something behind too. Felix looked from one to the other, his voice quiet. And if Roll finds one before we do, then he won't just be dangerous, Ivy answered. He'll be unstoppable. A long silence followed. It was Eli who broke it, his voice low but firm. So, we don't let him. We get there first. Over the following weeks, the four formed a pact, not sworn in blood or sealed by magic, but forged in shared purpose and silence. They called themselves the Watch. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would attract attention. In truth, they remained students by all outward signs, attending lessons, completing assignments, enduring the ordinary bustle of Hogwarts life, but beneath that surface they watched, listened, and searched. Ivy returned often to the Slytherin common room, her gaze lingering on the walls as if daring them to open once more. She read every mention of Salazar's work she could find, including his long-ignored letters to the early heads of house, in which he hinted at tests yet to be taken and truths hidden from unworthy hands. One passage stayed with her more than the others. The serpent coils. Thrice, not once. The second lies in shade, the third beneath flame. It spoke of more than one creation, more than one hiding place. Nimue combed through Ravenclaw's journals, what little remained of them, searching for any record of a relic or device left behind. Felix, meanwhile, worked in secret with Professor Sinistra, who unknowingly aided his studies in celestial alignments and ley lines, his careful recalculations revealing points within the castle that hummed with converging magic, like stars forming constellations only the founders themselves had traced. It was Eli who made the first real discovery. One rainy afternoon, while helping Professor Sprout repot a particularly stubborn bloodroot plant, he overheard two ghosts arguing near the herbology shed, the fat friar and the gray lady. They were speaking not of students nor house feuds, but of old halls forgotten and the price of loyalty buried in stone. Most dismissed ghostly gossip as meaningless, but Eli had learned to listen between the lines. That evening, he told the others what he'd heard. The fat friar said the price of loyalty was buried where the kitchens used to be before the Great Fire during the Goblin Rebellion. That would place it under the Hufflepuff wing, close to the original foundation. Nimue's eyes lit with understanding. And if it's a relic tied to Helga Hufflepuff, it wouldn't be hidden behind riddles. It would be guarded by trials of character, loyalty, perseverance, fairness, which means we might actually have a chance, Eli said, grinning. Felix studied the map again. There's a service tunnel that runs beneath the old kitchens. It was used to transport dry goods before the elves arrived. If we can get access, we'll need a reason to be there, Ivy said. Preferably one that won't draw attention. So they planned. On the evening of the first snow, when the castle's towers were capped in white and lanterns flickered beneath frost-laced glass, the Watch made their move. Armed with an excuse involving a misplaced crate of magical mandrake bulbs, a forged note from Professor Sprout, and a borrowed password from a drowsy prefect, they slipped into the old tunnel beneath the Hufflepuff basement. It was cramped and uneven, lined with damp brick and the scent of dry earth. The further they descended, the warmer the air grew, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed from somewhere far below. They reached a dead end, a wall of heavy stone set with a carving of a badger's head. No keyhole, no seam, just words barely visible in the flickering wandlight. To those who toil not for glory, but for one another, enter. Nimue stepped forward, placing her hand over the carving. It's not a spell, she said softly. It's a vow. She closed her eyes, and in a clear, unwavering voice, she spoke. I vow to protect not for fame nor power, but because it is right. I vow to stand beside those who cannot stand alone. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, the stone began to move. It did not open with grandeur nor magic in brilliant flashes, but rather with a slow, solid groan, like a cellar door that had not been touched in centuries. Beyond it was darkness, not empty, but waiting. The four exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the wand light. They stepped through the threshold together. Whatever secrets Helga Hufflepuff had left behind, they were about to be uncovered. The passage beyond the stone wall felt older than anything they had yet seen within the castle, even beneath the serpentine vaults of Slytherin's trial. It had none of the grandeur or ominous enchantments of that earlier descent. Instead, it bore the humble, deliberate touch of Hufflepuff's legacy. Stone walls rounded with age, wooden beams that creaked quietly above them, and the scent of hearth smoke and fresh bread that lingered unnaturally in the air, as though some enchantment had preserved it across centuries. They walked in silence, the only sound their footsteps brushing against the worn flagstones. Ivy led, wand held high, its beam casting warm gold against the walls. Nimue followed closely, her eyes scanning the carvings etched faintly along the corridor. Images of hands clasping, harvests shared, and circles of wizards standing together as equals. It was unlike anything found in the more austere wings of the school. There was warmth here and purpose, not power. It's not a tomb, Eli said quietly as though afraid to disturb the peace. It feels more like a sanctuary, or a promise, Felix added. A place built to protect, not to impress. At the end of the hall, the tunnel opened into a chamber that surprised them all, not by size or complexity, but by its simplicity. The walls were smooth, the ceiling low and domed, and the floor was laid in a mosaic of warm colors, yellows, browns, soft greens, forming the image of a tree whose roots reached to the edges of the room. At the center stood a single table, circular and unadorned, and upon it rested a plain wooden box bound with brass fittings. No guards, no traps, no riddles carved in stone. The box looked almost too ordinary, as if it might contain nothing more than a collection of trinkets or recipes passed down through generations. But Ivy felt it the moment she stepped into the room, the low, steady thrum of enchantment, not humming with power like the stone had, but resonating gently, like a heartbeat. Whatever lay inside had been hidden not through fear or pride, but through trust, that only those worthy of finding it would do so. Felix reached the table first, running his fingers lightly across the wood. No lock, he said, but the box is sealed with a preservation charm. Very old, very strong. Nimue circled it, her wand tracing faint lines in the air. "There are names etched beneath the brass," she said, kneeling to examine the base. "Not engraved by spellcraft, but by hand. I can just make out 3. Ardwick, Dunross, and Cressida. Early Hufflepuff lineages. This was meant to be passed down. Then why hide it here?" Eli asked. "Why bury it under stone and spell?" "Because someone broke the chain," Ivy murmured. "Or something happened. Something that made them hide it instead of trust it to the living." Nimue nodded. "During the Goblin Rebellion, perhaps. Or the Black Plague. Hogwarts lost entire bloodlines in those centuries. Maybe there was no one left who could receive it. Or maybe they chose not to." Felix glanced at the others. "Do we open it?" They did not answer with words. Instead, Ivy stepped forward, laid both hands flat on the top of the box, and closed her eyes. She spoke not a spell, but a thought, sent from her mind into the wood. "We come not seeking glory, but understanding. We seek not to claim, but to protect." A soft click echoed in the chamber. The brass bindings loosened with a gentle hiss, and the lid rose on its own, revealing the contents within. At first glance, the box seemed filled with parchment, rolled scrolls, and folded letters, all sealed with wax, each bearing the badger sigil of Hufflepuff House. Nestled among them was a medallion wrought of polished bronze, engraved with the same tree from the floor mosaic. It pulsed gently with light, casting shifting shadows that danced like firelight across their faces. "This isn't a weapon," Eli said, brow furrowed. "It's stories, knowledge, memory. It's her wisdom," Nimue said with reverence. "Helga's, or those closest to her. Letters, records, spells perhaps, but meant to guide, not conquer." Felix lifted the medallion gently. It was heavier than it looked, and the warmth it gave off was not heat, but familiarity, like the feeling of coming home after a long journey. "There's something written here," he said, turning it over. "On the back." Ivy leaned closer. "What does it say?" He read slowly, carefully. "When divided we falter, when joined we rise. What is rooted in kindness will outlast the dark." Silence followed, deep and thoughtful. Ivy looked at the scrolls, then at the others. "We take copies," she said, "not the originals. These stay here, this place. This is meant to last." Nimue nodded. "Agreed. We can study what we learn. Use it, if needed. But we don't remove it." They spent the rest of the night working quietly, transcribing what they could by wandlight and enchanted quill. Much of it was faded or obscured by age, but what they managed to recover spoke of forgotten enchantments for healing, for unity, for protecting others from curses and harm. Spells designed not to battle, but to shield and mend. They found no dark secrets, no hidden powers, only magic shaped by care, by patience, by the firm belief that strength lay not in dominance, but in fellowship. When they finally left the chamber, it was with the solemnity of those who had walked through memory and emerged changed. As the entrance closed behind them, sealing the sanctuary once more, Ivy felt the shift in her chest, not the thrill of victory, but the weight of understanding. The stone had offered power, The sanctuary had offered purpose. And somewhere out there, Raoul was still searching. Whatever came next, she knew they were no longer chasing the past. They were guarding what remained. The weeks that followed brought with them the first true breath of winter. The hills beyond the castle turned to glass beneath frost. The lake froze at its edges, and the trees in the forbidden forest wore crowns of snow. Yet beneath that cold beauty, their watch worked with a quiet intensity, their meetings now more frequent, their purpose more urgent. Whatever comfort they had found in Helga's sanctuary did not dull the reality that Raoul was still out there. And if his trail had gone cold, it had only done so to deepen in silence. Felix became their eyes beyond the castle. Using his prefect status as cover, he wandered corridors others avoided, listened carefully in the Ravenclaw common room, and spent long hours walking near the owlry under the pretense of waiting for letters. It was there one crisp morning that he saw it. A falcon, not a school owl, descending toward a student waiting in the shadows just beyond the cloisters. The boy wore no house colors, only gray robes and a silver pin shaped like a curling vine. When Felix approached, the student vanished into the castle, but not before dropping a slip of parchment that bore a single phrase. One Felix could scarcely understand until he brought it to Ivy. Dominus Ferrum, the Iron Master returns. She stared at the words a long moment before speaking. That's not Latin in common magical use. It's older, more ceremonial, a name, not a spell. Her eyes narrowed. And I've seen that vine sigil before, in a book Nimue found about lost artifact keepers, dark wizards who tried to claim the Founder's relics centuries ago. The Iron Circle, Nimue said when they told her. A secret order from the time of Morgana, dedicated to correcting the flow of magic. They believed the Founders weakened wizard kind by sharing too much power. Their leader was known as the Iron Master. It was strange, Ivio murmured. It has to be. Calderon, he's claiming the title. Eli looked between them. So what does that mean? Rolls found him? Or been found by him, Felix said grimly. Either way, they're preparing for something. Something big. And I think they're after another relic. It was Nimue who pieced together the next clue, hidden in the final lines of one of the scrolls from Helga's vault. She found it while rereading a passage aloud in the library, her voice low beneath the rustling of ancient tomes. Where fire meets sky, the lion's test remains unclaimed. But beware, those who walk alone in pride shall face what pride cannot master. Where fire meets sky sounds like the astronomy tower, Ely offered, but Ivy shook her head. No, she said. It's metaphor. Fire and sky, light and courage. I think it means the highest point in Hogwarts with access to flame, not just a tower, a forge. The old dueling chamber, Felix said, eyes lighting. There's a forge built into the floor beneath the western battlement. It was abandoned after a duel between two professors, ended in a roof collapse. Nimue unrolled the ley line chart again. That area's on the convergence of 5 magical pathways. If there were a relic hidden for Gryffindor, it would be there. That night, armed with cloaks, spells of muffling, and a renewed sense of urgency, they made their way to the upper battlements. Snow had begun to fall again, dusting the high walkways in silence. When they reached the old dueling chamber, hidden behind a broken mural of St. Oswin the Brave, Ivy raised her wand and cast Alohomora. The door clicked open with the softest groan, revealing a room choked with soot and time. The forge was there, long, cold, its chimney cracked and ivy-covered. The walls bore faded murals of magical combat, some elegant, others violent, their colors dulled by years of neglect. But as they stepped inside, something stirred. A pulse, faint but familiar, echoed through the room, as if the stones themselves had drawn breath. Ivy crossed to the forge, knelt, and placed her hand against its surface. There's something here, something beneath. They began to clear the debris, working quickly but carefully. Eli used a charm to lift loose stones, while Felix reinforced the walls with silent warding spells. After nearly an hour of effort, Nimue found it, a lion sigil, barely visible beneath the ash, carved into the stone base of the forge. There was no keyhole, no riddle this time. Only a groove in the shape of a sword. "A blade," Ivy whispered. "Not the sword of Gryffindor. That would never be hidden here, but something forged in its likeness. A test, maybe. A key that must be reforged." Felix touched the stone. "There's no blade here now." "No," Nimue said, "but I think we're meant to bring it, or make it." Eli stepped back, gazing around the room. "Then the test isn't about power. It's about creation, about making something worthy." "What would Gryffindor test?" Ivy asked aloud. "Not wisdom, not loyalty, not ambition?" "Courage," Felix said, "but not in battle. Courage to build something new in the face of fear. To act when no one else will." They looked at one another, understanding dawning in silence. The room was not a battleground. It was a forge of decision. That night, they returned to their dormitories, their minds turning with plans. Over the next days, they sought out the materials, not from the castle itself, but from what they could gather without suspicion. A melted-down goblet from an old Quidditch trophy, donated anonymously. The tail feather of a firecrest, found near the greenhouses and already shed. A single stone from the castle's original foundation, gifted by Professor Longbottom, who simply smiled when asked if he believed in preserving old things for good use. In secret, they prepared the forge. When they returned on the 7th night, the winds howled across the battlements and lightning danced far on the northern horizon. Ivy stood before the ancient anvil and held the materials in her hands. With a single spell, she cast them into the flames, and with the help of the others began to shape the blade, not into a weapon of war, but into a symbol of defiance against fear, of courage chosen rather than inherited. When the blade cooled and the final enchantment was sealed, the lion crest on the forge glowed golden, and the wall behind it began to shift. Stone retracted with the sound of deep grinding, revealing a narrow stair leading downward into dark. Ivy turned to the others. "This is it." Nimue raised her wand. "Then let's see what Gryffindor left behind." And together they descended once more into the secrets of Hogwarts. The stairwell beneath the forge was steep and narrow, its stone steps slick with condensation and worn smooth by time. The walls were carved from solid rock, but unlike the cold austerity of Slytherin's chamber, or the earthen quiet of Hufflepuff's vault. This place carried the scent of smoke and metal, as if the fire that had once burned here had never truly gone out. Each step downward echoed like a drumbeat, swallowed swiftly by the thick dark that coiled beneath them. Their wands cast steady beams of light ahead, but the air seemed to drink it greedily, so that shadows danced at the edges of vision no matter how strong the spell. At last they emerged into a small chamber shaped like a half-circle, its walls lined with narrow windows that opened onto nothing but black. There was no wind, no sky, no sign of the battlements above. Only void. The floor was a mosaic of red and gold glass, each tile shaped like a flame, and in the center stood a pedestal of burnished bronze. Upon it rested a sword, not the sword of Gryffindor, but one wrought in the same fashion though far plainer. Its hilt was wrapped in deep crimson leather, its crossguard shaped like twin wings, and its blade gleamed with a pale light, not from enchantment, but from something deeper, a purpose forged into steel. As Ivy approached, words inscribed on the pedestal shimmered to life, their golden letters floating just above the surface. To hold this blade is not to conquer, but to guard. To draw it is to defy, not fear, but silence. Let the flame you carry light the dark, not for yourself, but for the one who cannot rise. They stood for a long time in silence, and it was Nimue who spoke first, her voice hushed. This isn't a weapon of battle, it's a beacon. A relic, not for victory, but for protection. Eli stepped beside her, his expression unreadable. That's why there's no test. The sword was forged above. It wasn't about strength, it was about intent. They wanted to know we wouldn't claim this to win, but to shield others. Felix knelt beside the pedestal, brushing a finger over the rim. And now it's ours to guard. Ivy said nothing for a moment, then reached out and lifted the blade. It was lighter than she expected, balanced perfectly. The moment her fingers closed around the hilt, a soft warmth spread through her arm. Not magic in the traditional sense, but something older. It felt like standing before a hearth after returning from the storm. As the sword left the pedestal, the chamber began to shift. The red and gold tiles lit one by one, and from behind the walls came a low hum, a voiceless chant of magic awoken. The darkness outside the windows faded, replaced by a view of the night sky stretched high above the battlements. Stars gleamed, cold and distant, and the silhouette of the astronomy tower was just visible against the moonlight. Ivy turned toward the others. This relic doesn't belong to any one of us. It's for Hogwarts, for whoever will defend it next. Nimue nodded slowly. Then we hide it again, not where it can be found, but where it can be remembered when the time is right. Felix stepped forward, reaching into his cloak. I've prepared something, a ward that masks magical signatures entirely. If we place it in a space protected by natural enchantments, it won't be traceable, even by the Iron Circle. Yuli raised an eyebrow. You just happened to prepare a ward strong enough to mask founder-level relics? Felix allowed himself a rare smile. I've had my suspicions about our journey for a while. With careful movements and 3 interlocking spells, they sealed the sword within a hidden niche carved behind the pedestal itself. The opening reformed into solid stone, marked only by a faint shimmer in the shape of a lion's eye, invisible only when the 4 of them stood together, wands drawn and united in intent. It was not gone, merely resting, awaiting a day when Hogwarts would need courage more than ever. The ascent back through the forge was slower, their limbs heavy, not with exhaustion but with the weight of what they had found. Snow was falling when they emerged onto the battlements again, silent and steady, cloaking the world in white. No one spoke until they had crossed the high walkway and ducked once more into the corridor beyond the mural of St. Oswin. "We've uncovered 3 relics now," Nimue said quietly as they walked. "2 destroyed, 1 preserved. That leaves only 1. Slytherin's was meant to empower," Ivy said. "Hufflepuff's to protect. Gryffindor's to shield. Which means Ravenclaw's? Knowledge," Felix finished. "Truth, perhaps. Clarity of mind," Eli frowned. "Then where would it be hidden?" No one answered. The silence that followed was not empty, but filled with thought, and yet, beneath their shared determination, a shadow lingered. That night, Ivy was woken by a sound she couldn't place. At first she thought it was a dream, a whisper threading through the dark, soft and low, too quiet to catch. But as she sat up in bed, she saw a shape at her window. A parchment pressed to the glass. No owl, no wind, just the paper, as if held there by magic alone. She rose, drew back the curtain, and lifted the message. Its seal was silver wax stamped with a serpent's eye, and its message was short, written in a sharp, elegant hand. "You seek the 4th. So do I. The truth lies in the Tower of No Name. But beware, Ivy Thorn. Clarity comes at a cost." She read it twice before setting it down. There was no doubt in her mind who had written it. Marcus Roll had returned, and the final relic waited where none of them had yet dared to search. The parchment lay heavy in Ivy's hand, though it weighed no more than air. She read the message again in the pale light of her wand, tracing each line as if the words themselves might shift or vanish. The Tower of No Name. The phrase lingered in her mind like an echo, half remembered from somewhere deep in the restricted section, or perhaps whispered once by a passing ghost between the strokes of midnight. Whatever Roll had meant, it was not a riddle for common ears. It was a call to those who listened beyond the surface of Hogwarts, who walked its hidden ways and read the seams of its stone-like script. By morning, the watch had gathered in the greenhouse behind Sprout's old office, their usual meeting place now covered in frost and vine. Ivy showed them the letter, watching each face carefully as they read. Nimue's expression grew still and cold, while Felix tilted his head, murmuring something under his breath in Latin. Eli scowled, his hand clenched at his side. "He wants us to follow," Eli said after a long pause. "He's baiting us." "Of course he is," Felix replied calmly. "But the question isn't why he wants us to come. It's what he thinks he'll find there before we do." "It could be a trap," Nimue said, though her voice held less certainty than usual. "But we've always known the last relic wouldn't remain hidden forever. If Roll has narrowed it down to a location, we don't have the luxury of ignoring him." Ivy nodded. "We follow the trail, carefully, quietly, and we find it first." It took them 2 days of research, cross-referencing ancient tower layouts and discarded architectural sketches tucked away in the castle archives before they uncovered the truth. There was indeed a tower that no longer bore a name. Once called the Astral Spire, it had been abandoned after a collapse during the time of Headmaster Bragg the Blustering, who had failed to notice structural weaknesses in its walls. Since then, it had been walled off, its stairwell sealed, and its presence erased from all but the oldest schematics. But the castle, as always, remembered. With Felix's help, they found the sealed entrance beneath a tapestry of a weeping moon, hidden in a narrow corridor behind the divination classroom. The stone that blocked the passage bore no enchantment of warning or protection, only a sense of disuse, as though even the castle had grown tired of guarding it. Nimue cast a charm of soft disarming. Ivy whispered a word in parcel tongue, though no serpent stirred, and the wall shifted with a slow, reluctant groan, revealing a narrow stair choked with dust and silence. They climbed in single file, the spiral tight and crumbling. Chunks of masonry had fallen in places, forcing them to crawl over rubble and duck beneath splintered beams. The air grew thinner with each step, colder, filled with the scent of stale parchment and scorched parchment, as if long ago someone had tried to burn the secrets hidden here. Yet no fire had claimed the tower fully, only threatened it. At the summit, they reached a round chamber with a domed ceiling, its walls blackened but unbroken. Shelves lined the room, warped by age and time, filled with books so dry they crumbled at the touch. At the center stood a tall lectern, and upon it rested a single tome, bound in raven blue leather, its edges silver, and a single word inscribed across the cover in fine script. Veritas. It's a journal, Nimue whispered. But not just anyone's. Look at the seal. Ivy leaned closer, and there it was. The sigil of Rowena Ravenclaw, unmistakable in its elegance. A circlet entwined with a feathered quill. She reached out, then stopped. Wait, Felix said. It's enchanted, not with protection, but revelation. What does that mean? Eli asked, frowning. Nimue answered, her tone grave. It means the book doesn't hide its secrets. It shows you them, all of them, not just the past, but your own thoughts, your intentions, your truths. If you read it, it reads you in return. Could that be the relic? Ivy asked. The last one? Felix nodded slowly. It fits, a relic of wisdom that reveals without filter, a truth that cannot be twisted. Eli glanced around the tower. So Raoul came here too. Why leave it? Because he couldn't face it, Ivy said. Because he feared what it would show. With a steady breath, she reached out and opened the book. Light blossomed from the pages, not bright, not blinding, but sharp, like sunlight through crystal. Words swam across the parchment, and with them came whispers, not spoken aloud, but felt within the mind. Visions danced at the edge of her thoughts, memories not just her own, but the echoes of Ravenclaw herself. A young witch writing by moonlight, carving runes into glass, watching stars fall into pools and marking the places where thought became magic. Ivy's breath caught as she turned a page and saw herself, not in the tower, but as a girl by the Black Lake, alone, watching the water and wondering if she would ever belong. The others leaned forward cautiously, but Ivy raised a hand. It's too much for more than one mind, she said, her voice quiet. It shows you everything, what you hide, what you fear, what you pretend not to know, and what you must become. She turned another page, and the light dimmed slightly. Then the ink twisted, forming a new message, one clearly written for her. The final relic is not a thing, it is choice. To see the truth, you must live it. To claim it, you must face what others deny. She closed the book carefully, the light fading like breath on glass. It's not meant to be taken, she said. It can't be moved. It's not a prize. It's a mirror. Felix stepped forward. Then the relic is knowledge. The truth left behind, bound to this place, a warning and a gift. Nimue brow furrowed. But if we find it and Raoul knows, then he'll come back. He won't stop until he bends it to his will. Ivy nodded. Then we guard it, like the others. No one enters this tower without facing it fully. They worked quickly, casting enchantments to mask the entrance, to weave illusions across the threshold, and to shield the book's presence from magical detection. When they were done, the tower felt once more like a ruin, forgotten, nameless, untouched by those who sought easy power. As they descended the stair once more, the light of morning breaking faintly across the high towers, Ivy felt no triumph, only quiet certainty. They had not conquered anything. They had chosen. The 4 relics were found: power, protection, courage, and truth. All hidden, all preserved, and all dangerous in the wrong hands. But Hogwarts had chosen its watchers well. And the next time Raoul returned, he would not find them unprepared. The days that followed passed with an eerie calm. Snow deepened across the grounds, cloaking the forbidden forest in silence and blanketing the towers in soft white drifts that muffled even the bells. The students of Hogwarts busied themselves with winter festivities and last-minute assignments before the term break. Laughter echoed in the corridors. The great hall sparkled with icicles and floating candles, and every window shimmered with enchantments of warmth. Yet beneath this cheerful surface, Ivy and the others knew that the quiet was only the calm before a storm. They had found all 4 relics, though not one of them could be called safe. The stone of Salazar was gone, broken into ash and light. Helga's vault had been sealed once more, its contents left untouched save for the knowledge they had taken. Gryffindor's blade had been hidden beneath layers of protection only they could lift, and the Book of Ravenclaw now waited in its tower of shadows, unreadable by those who sought to twist the truth. But with each discovery, the threat had grown, not shrunk, and Raoul was not the sort to accept failure quietly. In the early hours of the final day before holiday break, Ivy was woken again by silence, not empty or peaceful, but tense, as if the castle itself held its breath. A strange pressure coiled in her chest. Something had shifted. She dressed quickly and crept through the corridors, her wand casting faint light along the ancient stone. She wasn't surprised to find Felix already waiting at their usual meeting point, standing near the arched window in the west corridor, his eyes fixed on the darkened grounds. "They're here," he said, not turning. 2 cloaked figures entered from the edge of the forest. The wards let them pass. Ivy frowned. How? I don't know. But they knew the path. The way they moved, it wasn't searching. It was returning. The rest of the watch joined them swiftly. Nimue arrived, breathless but composed, clutching a worn volume of defensive enchantments, while Eli looked grim, a dueling charm already crackling softly beneath his fingertips. They wasted no time. If the iron circle had breached the grounds, then they would not linger in shadows, they would strike where it mattered most. They moved quickly, following the curve of the castle to the edge of the grounds, where the snow had been trampled by boot prints too large to be student-made. The prince led them past the lake, around the south wall, and toward the old battlement where the forge lay hidden. And it was there they saw him. Raoul, tall and cloaked in shadow, his wand held aloft and a smirk twisting his lips. Behind him stood Calderon Lestrange, older than they expected, but no less dangerous. His eyes gleamed beneath the hood, pale and cold, and in his hand he carried a rod of blackthorn wood etched with ancient symbols that pulsed red in the snowlight. "You've been busy," Raoul said, voice smooth as oil. "Very noble, very brave, very..." "We've protected what matters," Ivy replied, stepping forward without flinching. "You'll find nothing but echoes now." Calderon tilted his head as though amused. "You misunderstand, child. We do not seek to destroy what you guard. We seek to awaken it." "You want to twist it," Nimue said, her wand steady. "Bend it to your will." "That isn't awakening. That's theft." Raoul's smirk widened. "Everything you guard was meant for those bold enough to take it." "We didn't take," Eli said fiercely. "We earned. We chose." For a moment, the world was still. Then Calderon raised his wand and whispered a single word: "Fractura." The snow around them erupted as wards shattered, the air cracking with energy. Felix countered with a shield spell, diverting the worst of it, and Ivy launched a disarming charm toward Raoul, who deflected it with a twist of his fingers. Spells flew in quick succession, red and gold and white flashing across the grounds, lighting the night in bursts of chaos. Eli darted forward, engaging Calderon directly. Their duel was fierce, Calderon's spells sharp and ancient, Eli's responses clever and adaptive. Nimue moved beside Ivy, casting a web of defensive enchantments to block the curses raining down from Raoul's wand, while Felix struck from the flanks, quick and precise. But their enemies were seasoned, experienced in ways that school duels could never prepare for, and slowly the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. "The wards are failing," Nimue gasped. "He's undoing the enchantments on the forge." "Then we hold them here," Ivy said. "No matter what." Raoul's eyes gleamed. "You can't protect what was meant to be free." Ivy met his gaze and answered through gritted teeth. "Some things must be earned, not claimed." Then, from the snow behind them, a second presence emerged. Not dark, not threatening, but strong. Professors. Light erupted from the wand of Professor McGonagall, who strode across the grounds with a look of pure steel. Flitwick was beside her, his charms flying with the precision of a dueling champion. And from the shadows of the forest, Hagrid roared, flinging snow and soil as he charged with Fang barking wildly at his heels. The tide turned. Faced with the strength of Hogwarts awakened, Raoul faltered, and Calderon snarled. With a final spell, he sent a burst of darkness toward the forge. But Nimue stepped before it, her shield charm absorbing the blast with a sound like thunder. The relic beneath remained untouched. "Enough," McGonagall's voice rang through the air like a bell. "This is not your place, and this is not your time." Calderon met her eyes with cold hatred. "It will be." With that, He vanished in a swirl of shadow, pulling Roll with him. The snow settled once more, the silence returned, but the damage had been done. The threat was real, and it would not be the last. At night, in the quiet warmth of the library's hidden alcove, the watch sat together, weary but whole. They had faced the storm and stood fast, but Ivy knew, as did they all, that the war for Hogwarts' legacy had only just begun. The relics had been found, the enemies had risen, and the time of choice was nearly upon them all. The final days before the winter break passed beneath a hush of snowfall and quiet footsteps. While the rest of Hogwarts returned to the routine of lessons and laughter, the watch met in silence, knowing that something old had been stirred and would not settle easily back into sleep. Word of the battle on the south grounds had not reached the students, thanks to McGonagall's swift intervention and the castle's own ability to forget what it chose not to remember. But for Ivy, Eli, Nimue, and Felix, the memory remained etched as clear as frost on glass. They spent their last evening before the holidays in the upper library, where the fire crackled softly and no other students came to interrupt. Felix sat hunched over a parchment, adjusting the final layering of protection spells around the Ravenclaw Tower. Nimue pored over Rowena's journal once more, seeking clues not about relics, but about the future, how knowledge should be passed on, how it should be protected. Eli, restless as ever, paced by the shelves, wand in hand, muttering small spells to keep his thoughts from spiraling. Ivy sat in the high-backed chair by the window, staring out at the drifting snow and the lights of Hogsmeade twinkling in the distance. At last she spoke, and her voice, though quiet, carried the weight of what they had lived through. They'll return. Calderon, Rowell, and others like them. The Iron Circle isn't gone. No, Nimue agreed without looking up. But they've been slowed, and we've bought time. Felix lowered his quill, glancing at the others. We can't destroy the relics, not all of them, nor should we. They weren't meant to be weapons. But we've seen what they become when twisted. Eli crossed his arms and leaned against a shelf. Then what do we do? Just stand guard forever? Ivy turned from the window. We teach. The others looked at her, surprised. We protect the relics, yes, she continued. But we also pass on what we've learned. Quietly, carefully. Not as legends or martyrs, but as mentors. The founders left their legacy not to make us powerful, but to help us grow wise. We've seen that now, so we share what's safe to share. We find those who are worthy of the truth, and we prepare them. Nimue gave a slow nod, like a second watch. A long chain, Ivy said. One link at a time. Felix smiled faintly. Then let's make sure our part of it holds. They spent the rest of the night writing. Not in the old relic books, but in their own. A new journal, bound in dragonhide and charmed to remain unreadable unless all 4 names were spoken aloud together. In it they recorded what they had found, what they had learned, and what still remained unknown. Not everything, of course. Some secrets were best left buried, but enough to guide those who might one day walk the same path. On the morning of their departure, Ivy visited the Slytherin common room one last time, standing in the place where the water had first dripped and the whispers had begun. The wall was as still as ever, no trace of runes or hidden doors. She touched the stone lightly, and for a moment she thought she felt a hum beneath her palm, an echo of what once had been. Then it faded, and she turned away. Felix left a wardstone hidden beneath a floorboard in the Ravenclaw common room, set to flare only when one of the 4 known relic signatures crossed the threshold. Nimue returned the Hufflepuff scrolls she had copied to the sanctuary beneath the old kitchens, resealing the chamber with the same quiet vow she had spoken before. Eli carried the final enchantment to the Gryffindor relic's resting place, one that would cause the blade to vanish into flame should anyone ever draw it in violence. By the time the train departed for London, the castle lay blanketed in snow and peace once more, its secrets sealed, and its guardians hidden among the many who would never know their names. On the platform at King's Cross, they parted with few words, no grand promises, no drawn-out farewells, only a nod here, a clasped shoulder there, the understanding that whatever had bound them was not over. It would return in time, as all things do. And somewhere far from London, in a chamber lined with stone and shadow, Calderon Lestrange stood at the edge of a circle of runes, his eyes fixed on the firelight dancing across ancient sigils. Behind him, Raoul watched silently. "She's stronger than I expected," Calderon murmured. "But the castle is old. It remembers its founders. It will remember us, too." Raoul said nothing. He was watching the flame, and in his mind the image of Ivy Thorn lingered, not as a rival, but as a reflection of everything he could not control. "We failed this time," Calderon said, "but not forever." "No," Raoul agreed, "not forever." Back at Hogwarts, the wards pulsed gently through the walls, through the towers and corridors, through the hidden vaults and sealed doors. The relics were at rest, for now, but should darkness return, as it always does, the light would rise again, for Hogwarts remembers.